Right. Hello, hello. Are we back? Yes. Hello, greetings and welcome in, everyone. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and here for a Final Fantasy XIV stream. Woohoo! Let me just make sure that my microphone is nice and close for today, because it's voice acting day. It's voice acting day. Which means I need to just make an adjustment to my arm, I see, because otherwise it's going to cause problems. Alright, we're back. We're back properly now, and now I should not have any interference on that front. Okay. Microphone is nice and close. Fantastic. Okay. Because why? I'm not using the tablet today, so I don't need to worry about it being my hand bumping my microphone on. Cool. Now I just need to not bump it with my head while I'm at it. If it's not one thing, it's the other, right? Whoopsie. Another minor adjustment, something like that ought to do the trick. Hopefully, yeah. We should be good. We should be good. Okay. So, today we are in for another Final Fantasy XIV stream. Woohoo! Thank you guys so much for joining in. Yes. Today has been Wednesday. So I think I managed to figure out what was wrong with my tracking yesterday-ish. Basically, I think it starts with the fact that my V-Bridger and iFacial mocap were not talking with each other properly. So I gotta work around that to work. Yay. And if all goes well, then my VTube Studio won't freak out like it did yesterday. If all goes well, we shall see. But today we are going to be diving into the Little Alamigo questline in Final Fantasy XIV. We are in Realm Reborn still. We are currently level 43 warrior with the Lancer, Botanist and Carpenter classes unlocked, but still low level. But we are going to focus a little bit more on getting through main scenario quest today, do a bit of voice acting. I've got a really big mug of tea next to me, and alongside the really big mug of tea, we also have a timer. We've got a new timer, so there is going to be an audible bell that's going to go off in what is now 25 minutes. There is an audible bell that's going to go off in 25 minutes. I have a kitchen timer that is the cutest little fox-shaped kitchen timer. I will share a photo sometime. Between now and the weekend, I will share a photo of the new timer. It arrived today, so we finally get hydrate reminders back. So, being a tactile thing, it means it rings, and then I retwist it and reset it, and if please check up on me to make sure that I actually do twist and reset the timer. It shouldn't be much louder than my speaking voice, but if it's crazy loud, I might have to put it a little bit more on the other side of the room, a little bit more beyond the range of my microphone's pickup pad. But we'll see. I don't think it's going to be too loud, but we'll check. We'll check. It's definitely going to be louder than I'm ever going to be on stream, but hey. That's what we're at. We've got a timer again. Woohoo! Yay! We have a hydrator timer again. Lovely. So, with all of that being said, let us get back into the game. And I realize that might have cut over a bit sharply. I'm sorry. I'm not 100% sure if it did, but if it did, I apologize. In any case, we are about to open the Come Highly Recommended questline with Mefred, which is going to be the thing that lets us go into Little Alamigo. I'm pretty sure. So, let's do the thing. Now that things are relatively settled, I seem to recall what you wanted something of me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask of me anything, and it's yours, so long as it's mine to give. The cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo. That's all. Far be it from me to question your desires, of course. Very well. I'll provide you with a letter to show to Gundobald. The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He's intimidating to those who don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I've no doubt that he'll do all in his power to aid you. Yay! We've got a letter. Show now. I do want to see if there is someone in town I can buy a couple more. I think it's that button. No? That one? No? That ain't it. Okay, I don't know what hotkey is switching between run and walk, but anyway, I just want to see if I can get a couple more. There's the arms mender, but I'm not seeing. Supplier. So I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight there. 15 Gashel greens should get us pretty much sorted, I think, for this day. If I go through more than 15 Gashel greens, I'm in trouble. Okay. Especially considering that I think a lot of today's stuff is going to be speaking matters. So we shall see how this pans out. Now, Gundobald, what did I make him sound like again? I can't remember. Gruff and old and cranky. Why have you returned? You are not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. Here you are, sir. You spoke with Mefred. It's been long since I last heard from him. I had feared him dead. 12 be praised. Whoever you are, Mefred sees you as a friend, and any friend of Mefred is a friend of mine. I know some of this masked stranger you seek, and will tell you of what I can. Yay! An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little Alamigo of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may well feel obliged to talk. Okay. So, let's find the kids. Adeline? Gundabald sent you? Listen, I told them it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing in the masked man and... oh. You don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to think you're not... and expect me to not think I'm in for it. Okay. So... ish. Okay, there's the next one. A masked man? No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be. Okay. Let's see. Next one. I have a feeling they might be up. And I was thoroughly wrong. Alright. It's okay. What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let me see. Nope. Can't say I have, but I'll be sure to tell my friends you're looking for him. Yeah, nah. There's a bunch been skulking about right suspicious-like, but I've got nothing to do with him. I know trouble when I see it, and there's trouble. Mark me words. Okay, well, at least that one's got some semblance of sense. Good on you, kid. I'm gonna get very well acquainted with this hallway this day. I can see it. So, you have indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man. That is most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Alamigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we'd been dancing to the Empire's tune. And by the time we did, it was too late. Alamigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are like to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Okay. What's this guy gotta say? A secret message. Ooh. Hey, adventurer. You done talking with the old bear? I've got a message from you from Woolred. Lad's something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gundabald and wants a word with you. Says he'll be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. Okay. So, craggy area north. Oh, hello. That looks like hunting log. I will definitely be doing some stuff there. Briefly. I will not be joining the fate, though. There's Walred. Let's see, what's the kid got to say? Thanks for coming, friend. 'Tis no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you, or someone else? Coral got your tongue? No matter. Whoever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get him! Ah boy, of course. Okay. Come on. Oi. Selection issue. Whoops. You're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it, we'll reclaim our homeland. Ah, kid. I understand the rage and the fury, but... Grahazik, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Let's just do some hunting log. While these guys are so conveniently placed. Hey, there we go. Nice. I think that should have... Yeah, that cleared hunting log for those guys. Okay. Let's see. Attacked by Walred and his cronies? That they would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. I agree. Ugh. Let's go with the heavy armor. Alright. Let's see. Cutscene. Wilrid mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? Gunvolt! Oh. Bertliana! Gods preserve, what happened? I was out foraging when the corpse brigade came. They took me to their hideout, and they... Thank you. Coffee. The whole while they laughed at me. They said I suffer because I cling on to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Is it wrong to call ourselves Alanegans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong. I swear to you, those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilrid, he saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear that they may do something rash. I thought it was an injured person. That got really dark real quick. Okay. Now, let's see. What am I supposed to find here? Map. Let's pick that up. What's over on this side then? Okay. What those animals did to Bertliana is unforgivable. And to think they'd look down on us? Well, I'd suffer this humiliation no more. I'm with Wilrid to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards. Oh boy. Oh boy. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gunderbolt's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now, where in the seven hells did I put that bloody map? The map we kinda just picked up. Whoops. O mighty Relgar, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppose us ever again. Oh, great. Crystals, we immediately know what's going on here, guys. We immediately know what's going on here. Right? Also, it's the masked man who's giving these guys instructions. They are so being manipulated into puppeteering. They're being manipulated into puppets. It's not rocket science. Gone? The whole lot of them? Then it is as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is that they mean to do? What's this? A hunting knife? And a map of Zanrak? Wait, you said Woolred spoke of crystals, did you not? But they couldn't possibly mean to... Oh, by the gods, this is rank madness! The young fools are untrained and unblooded at all. They've no intention of how... They've no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yards of the crystals. They are headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late. Okay. That sounds reasonable. Let's skedaddle and see if we can catch up with them kids, right? In a general that way direction. Hello, Sabatenders. There are the Amalja. Oh look, more hunting log. We'll come back to that. In the meantime, story. Level sync, okay. This should not take long. Woolred! Did no others survive? This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We... Pull yourself together, lad! We were going to make an offering of the crystals to Relgar, to summon him, just like the masked man told us. We plotted to sneak into Zanrak and make off with the lizardmen's cash, but they caught us and... So many dead. Gods forgive me. Heathens! You shall pay for your crimes with your souls! Oh, that's an Amalja. Yep. I regret our young one's transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamegan people. This hope I will guard with my life. Okay. I need to get these guys' attention. And of course it would ring now. In the middle of a fight. Of course it would ring now in the middle of a fight. Everyone's eyes on me, please. There we go. Come on. Got the wrong buttons. Come on. Almost got it, almost got it. I lost some people there, I think. I really need to remind myself what those buttons do. Your skill at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a man like you. This battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to Little Alabigo. Wait! We've come all this way! We have to get the crystals! They're right there! Ripe for the picking! Have you learned nothing, Walred? Do you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? What? No one said anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Rhaegar. He swore... Enough. I will hear the rest of this sorry tale back in Little Alamigo. I dare say Raptor will wish to hear it as well. Yeah, kid, you messed up and it cost you. Alright, let me just get stance down. And that bell that went off a minute ago was a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Good time for a sip of lemon tea. Alright, let me go and hunt one or two more of those guys. I just want to reorientate myself real quick. Which one is my... That's AoE. Okay, that one I want to put a little bit higher priority. Okay. So let's go hunt those one or two Mulja that are in the hunting log. One. And you. Last one. Okay, that's those ones sorted. I think now is a good time for another sip of tea while I'm not speaking. Okay. Let's see. No more lies, Woolred. Tell us everything. I was outside with the others when he appeared. The masked stranger. He told us about summoning Ralgar, about using crystals, and then just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from this squalor that I never stopped to question his motives. But I should have known. There's no solution. Nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts. Listen to me, Woolred. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, Alamigo lives on within us all. It is for you to decide what to make of this legacy, but whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider. I won't. I promise. Thank you for saving me. And sorry I tried to kill you. My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here. Yay! Back to square one, oh no. Would that we'd had more information to offer, but what Woolred had told you is the extent of our knowledge on the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring about a great pain and suffering. I pray that you will find and put a swift end to that creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Yep. Unfortunately, that is the case. Report to Minfilia. Okay. Vesper Bay. Let's go. Back to Vesper Bay. Tea. Welcome back, Raptor. I'm reliably informed that the investigation took you to Quarrymill and Little Alamigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? Planted the knowledge of summoning an impressionable young minds. Precisely the kind of deception the Ascians would employ. While many of the ills that ailed land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front. Oh, work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Did you say something? Nothing, my lady. Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further on the investigation. While you were tending to business in Thanalin, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends, the Sylphs. An individual fitting Lahabrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. The sightings come in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the selfsame area. My instincts all tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. 12 willing, we will pick up Lahabrea's trail once more. Noraxia can furnish you with the details. Pray speak with her and take it from there. As always, be careful out there, Raptor. Alright. So, Fulgord. Okay, that's gonna take me back to Gridania. Let's go. Make it cheap. Alright, and now, yeah, full gold. Off we go again, effective immediately. Now, where exactly do I need to be? I feel like I made a mistake just now. Speak with Noraxia. Okay. What? Don't tell me... Noraxia was there? Noraxia was there? Come on. Okay, fine. I can't believe Noraxia was there. I made a rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. Thankfully, I have a lot of SPB Aetherite tickets. A lot of SPB Aetherite tickets. Walking One is to investigate Sinister One? Then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with the Walking One in Ashcrown Consortium. According to the Friendly One, a Digging One named Medrod had an encounter with a scary Masked One. This Masked One is most certainly Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Medrod. Digging One is to be found at Fallguard Float in North Shroud. Thank you, Noraxia. And now we go to Fallguard. But now it's going to be expensive. Joy. I'm not saving for a house, but still, it's a waste of gil. Still a waste of gil. There we go. Now, you are gonna be... somewhere here? Inside, perhaps? Yes. There we go. Okay. I know when we are. Please leave me be. I not long for this world. I I looked death in the face. 'Tis only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman. Medrod is clearly traumatized. Perhaps if you were to soothe him, he might remain calm for long enough to hold a conversation. Thank you for that word of kindly advice. So, emotes. Soothe. Really? You're right. It's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true, but that hardly means I'm going to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. A masked man garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous friend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman! One glimpse was all enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thal, come to claim her as soul of this realm. What? You've been investigating the same masked man? If that's the case, we'll help you in whatever way we can. Aye, anything to ensure we won't have to suffer Medrod's hysteria ever again. All right, teamwork. That's what I wanted to. Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay him for comforting me. Aww. So, here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as a Ziz could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing a finger at them. I somehow doubt that the answer is that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures and see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths? Because killing local wildlife is historically the best way to investigate murder. No, it's not. I know it's like the typical thing that people do when they're scared. It's like blame the top predator in the area type thing. But surprise, surprise, that's not always the correct thing to do. Gestures broadly at every instance of hunting wolves and tigers. Because someone got a little scared. Alright, there's a Ziz, but I'm now going to pull out the Harrier. Alright, I want you in healer stance, and let us go and deal with this Ziz. That was swift. Now, the balloon, I am gonna just grab for the oh, hello, there's another one right here. Nice. It wasn't, it was despawned earlier. Another adventurer must have been nearby. Same with you. Pain Knight, you can go away as well, please and thank you. And tea. You've already seen to the Ziz? Good work, adventurer. So, were you able to find aught to suggest that the creatures are our culprits? Nothing. Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike Ziz from our list of suspects, which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball. Kinda obvious, huh? There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I'd better watch myself, eh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor going around. There's some whisper that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments, and I'll give them a gander. Okay, and what does Ivyrold have to say? Ivyrold. There is something you should know. I've been keeping this to myself, lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it is a coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Medrod's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with a giant eyeball. Man, I clicked off. Accidentally clicked off. Basically, he screamed and can't remember how he got out, or he ran away, turned tail to run, one of the two. Accidentally clicked off. Unfortunate when that happens. Okay, but we're going to go hunt some rock shards and scour the location of the eyeball sighting. Haha, sighting the eyeball. Okay. What's going on here? You alright there? Yep, that one's definitely okay. So this is the eyeball sighting location. Where are you? Oh no, it's just Bane Knights. Okay. Okay, so get off there. Throw the thing. There we go. Pick these up. There we go. Okay. Let's get gone. Actually, while I'm here, I want to have a look. Have I got any... Oh, I've got skill points. I'm going to focus on raising healer level for Harrier for now. And then I will focus on raising its other stances when I am leveling appropriate character classes. Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yards of the Rock of Rancor. Aye, it has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? Huh? Why, these are just your garden variety crystals. It's a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with a masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh well. Well, you got 5 lightning crystals. Good for you. A monstrous bane might appeared, and you slew it. That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of the Foregord. Intentional or no, you've done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw? Or merely a trick of the light combined with blind panic? I wonder. Ah, there have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep, knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt. It was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a bane mite. But you and I were miles apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventurer friend had a run-in with the Bane Mite at the very spot you claimed to see the fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Oh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be... Of course! There must be more than one of the buggers! Oh, it's so obvious. But then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of those fiends, then there must be even more victims as of yet undiscovered. Oh. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. Yeah, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown. Lest you have forgotten, it was at the rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you'll want to alert the authorities. There's a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. Okay, I know when we are. I know when we are. And that is hydrate time. That is hydrate time. That was the bell. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let us take a sip. Yeah, we got the new timer working! Hooray! It's so cute. Okay, so let us go back to that rock. I think that's where we need to go. Poke around a wee bit more. And see what do we find. So somewhere in this area is something. That's going to be around here. Yep, that's going to be here. And floating eye, hello there. That is definitely an eyeball with teeth and wings. Okay. Now to the guardhouse. With our morbid cargo. Poor lass. Okay. Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with? Sadly. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them so as to identify their next of... This button, engraved with a lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. A family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps. Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders. Yep, I know when we are now. We're about to go find the creepy place. I would have you hold on to the lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you've proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. And if I may make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mione. Mayhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed some light upon its sigil. We can do that. Let's go see Mama Mione. Hope everyone's holding out okay. Ooh, it's busy right now. Real busy over here right now. I just want to see if I got any... Nope. Still no recommended gear upgrades for this guy. Yeah. I'm not going to unlock that log yet. Okay. Good morrow to you, Raptor. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. Sadly not, ma'am. Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body. Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You'll have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette, over by the Etherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. Okay, then off to Bernadette. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on then. Show me what you have. Seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there is a soul in Gridania who does, it would be Sengilid over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a four-name basis. It's one of those names that I have no idea what the pronunciation rules are. Ethernet? They did say Lancers Guild, right? I think it is Lancers Guild. Yep. Sengilid. I don't know what the pronunciation is. Bernadette believes that I can help you? Well, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I'll try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's ward, northwest of here. Wait, a memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursendal, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button on the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it. Alright, thank you, ma'am. Let's see. I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts. The sigil of the D'Artancourt family. How is it that you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman? Her face, was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. Ayo? I was once a manservant and the employee of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the D'Artancourt. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as a summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kind of fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed they would help her regain what she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. So it was that I left Hawk Manor, my home, for nigh on half a century. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience, until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you saw to me you would. She awaits you at Hawk Manor, on the western edge of the central shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done. Hawk Manor, here we come. Alright, so... I am already going the wrong way. Up the tree, and then hard to port. And is the manor. Before we go into there, let's just deal with this hunting log. Right? There we go. And there are two more over here. What have I got infliction wise? Couldn't see where those were being displayed. Anyway. Next. Okay, next one. Okay, that'll do. Let me just check hunting log. Okay, there's one more stroper, and then I've got them sorted. That was fast, okay. Now, this is going to be a dungeon. Okay. So, before we do that, I'm just gonna... we are about 12 minutes from the next hydrate, so... let me just have a sip of tea. which is now iced tea. NPC party. I think I'm a little over-leveled for this, but it's fine. So, we have 42 minutes to do the thing. We're not going to need 42 minutes to do the thing. I'm actually going to pull out my stopwatch for my own curiosity's sake. Okay. Okay, we'll get that one later. First, let's clear everything. I want to basically grab as much experience as I can out of this, which I don't anticipate being much because, you know, I need to pay more attention to my party. Key. I really need to pay more attention to my party and location and where they are. Okay, that's that. That was door one. Is there a second door? I believe so. Okay. That was annoying, but okay. Okay, I really need to get better at this. Okay. Now, before we go in there, I just want to check, because I think there should be something else in this room. Negative, okay. All good. That was pretty good. Okay. Okay, got it. Now, my current level, whatever we find in here is probably not going to be mostly useful, with the exception of crafting materials. That's fine. It might still prove marginally useful for later use with other people or with other classes. Nearly got this one. Targeted that at the wrong person. There we go. That worked. Okay, anything in here? Yes. We need you. Sentry. You look this way. Do not look at any of the other guys. Please and thank you, Ack. I missed my opportunity to interrupt. Once again, missed the timing. Come on, look this way, guys. Look this way. Hey, everybody, look at me, please. Now I know why that was doing the weird. Okay. If nothing else, I might be able to use this as a temporary glamour. Because I kind of remember the Hawk Manor skins items being pretty decent looking. And that was 30 minutes. So, everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip before we go into the next sub-battle. Alright. Now this lady, we need to beat up very soundly. Lancer, what are you doing next to me? I'm gonna step back just a smidge so that she's forced to as well. Come on, interrupt, interrupt. Failed. Interrupt failed. Come on. Wrong potion for the job. Alright, got the key, got the loot. Now what I want to do is usually think very, very quickly. I wanted to move this one here. Move that one there. Okay, open here. Yes. That works a little bit better. Now you guys should all be looking at me. Okay. Next key. Now, carnation door is going to need a different color because that's not going to do the trick. There is something this side as well, if I can recall correctly. Yeah, you can't really do this for wipe everything sort of a run when you've got a full party. Not unless you guys all decided to do it together in the first place. But absolutely not going to get that right with a bunch of randoms in the duty finder. Or at least I would not bet on it. I would not bet on it. There, everyone just wants to get out of the duty as fast as possible. The daily rect is just something that everyone does, but not necessarily something that they're going to do a full run on every time, clearing every possible mob. Toaster, thank you so much. I can't presently save because we're in MMO mode, but welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I see a black screen on stream. Try refresh your browser window. Try refresh your browser. Because on OBS side it's showing that it is going through. One moment, because I'm on mobile. No stress, no stress. That might also be half of the issue, because mobile is notoriously broken. Come on. Almost got it. Even more keys. 2 of them. I have 4 keys. Are there that many doors left? I can't remember there being that many doors left. Huh. Now maidservant will be coming back this way in a moment. I want everyone's eyes on me, please. Thank you. Mobile doesn't like me. Oh no! Oh no! Let me just get out of this one conflict that I'm presently in. And then I will do a double check on my end. Okay. Huh, she didn't come in. Interesting. It's saying it can't decode the player now into the website. Okay. One moment, please. I'm just gonna do a little bit of... I'm just gonna disable the stream on OBS for a second. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just gonna basically disengage and re-engage without doing anything in between. It should take like 10 seconds. Okay, we should be re-engaged. Check here. Check on this side. Reload player. Huh. Okay, it is definitely being weird. If it's not working, you might need to switch over to the YouTube app. Because if it's not working... Oh, now I've refreshed a couple of gazillion times and now it unlocked. Now it's working on my side. So it sounds like it's just a case of refresh until cry. Well, then something will eventually click into usability. Okay. Look this way, guys. Look this way, please and thank you. There we go. All of the enemies must look at me. There we go. Nearly got it. There we go. All right. Next, unlock. I've got a key. There we go. It doesn't want to work for me, but I do go bringing good news. Ooh, good news is always fantastic. Please do share. I passed the hardest exam of the helicopter engine course. I mean, well done! Excellent job, excellent job. That is fantastic news indeed. It was brutal. I imagine it would have to be. I mean, it is... Maintenance is one of those things where it's actually quite simply a zero error, a zero room for error task. So, my dad had been in a industry for a long time where maintenance was also a real big deal, and he also taught students for a while in that. And kids were always super chuffed when they got like 80% on the test, until he told them, well guys, that is still a 20% chance, a 1 in 5% chance that you're going to blow up expensive equipment that does important work. So if there's a 1 in 5 chance that you're going to break really, really expensive equipment, if you're not paying attention, all of a sudden it puts things into perspective. Maintenance is really, really, really a zero room for error field. So doing well in an exam that's supposed to prepare you for such a harsh reality is good. So congrats. Was there another door on this side? Can't remember. No. It was not. I need a stiff drink after today. Oh dear. Well, you put in the effort. So, a small reward is totally reasonable. Okay, almost got that guy. Now it's just this floating little menace. Okay. Got it, got it. Cheers. Cheers indeed. Whew, there we go. Mm-hmm. So, pick that up. Pick that up. Go that way. Head upstairs. Now, I've taken quite a bit of a long time in this thing because I'm doing a full clear, not necessarily a fast clear. So, I think I had 90 minutes to do this entire dungeon. Okay. And I do believe there will be one more locked door. Yes. I was not wrong. Why? Because there was one more key. Okay, grab everyone's attention this way. Grab that. Okay. Okay, that's that one. So, I'm almost in the boss room. Now it's just dealing with this sentry, and then we can go inside. I'm not going to be able to finish it all the way because it runs away once it reaches a certain threshold. And there it runs away. Okay. Boss room. Let's go. Yeah, she got totally corrupted. She got totally corrupted. So. Keep them facing away from the rest of the party. It's going to be important. Mana sentry, look this way. Look away from her. Okay. I know that mechanic. Okay, I got hit. Okay, nearly there. Okay, blast. I missed that one. Sentry did the thing. You just stay out of the way. There we go. Okay. The eye is out again, which means look away. Come back. Throw projectiles. I'm going to use the limit break. Because none of the other party members are going to do it because they're NPCs. Ah. Missed the eye. Okay. It's fine. Tank breaker incoming. Rampart on. Come on. Okay, eyeball. Nearly got her, nearly got her. And we won. There we go. Level up. Woohoo! We got it. We got it. And we have 51 minutes left on the clock. We can now leave the duty and see ooh, cutscene. Darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that has quickened it to life. To Asians. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take measure of your strength for Master Harrier. That task is now accomplished. We take our leave of you. Creeper. Fare you well, bringer of light. I can now get Defiance away. Isendel is... if I'm not mistaken, the old man at the bench. Isendel is the old man at the bench. Yeah, okay. Let's go Lance's Guild. I think that's where it was closest. And that is time for a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Yeah? What do you think of the new timer now that we can all hear it? Huh? Ain't that useful? Also, this timer is so flippin' adorable. I am quite fond of it. It is so cute. It's this little fox-shaped thing holding a book. It's cute! I admittedly didn't spend much time looking at alternative designs. I just went into the shop and saw, okay, what exists? Oh, there's one that is arbitrarily more cute than just this random square thing with a dial. Let me go with that one. And I like foxes, so hehe. You are returned! What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Emondine? You must tell me all. Shortest story ever. So she went as far as to consort with the devils. What that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever permit itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore, though misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities, and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. Let's see. I should have some new stuff in inventory. Let me see if I could just sort this out real quick. This is... move the lumber across to that side. Orchestration roll, I'm going to use that. Reagent, you go over. Those are ingredients. Where are the reagents? Over there. Food goes over there. Antelope horn goes over there. Dye Goes over there. That needs to go in the saddlebag. 21, 18, 24. All right. Okay. Let me close those. Alright, now report to Minfilia. Let's go. I don't know what that quest is, but okay. Let's just see. Equip new gear, upgrade gear set. My weapon is only level 28. That's Holly underleveled for me. But I'll only be able to get into higher level gear as I go through the higher level dungeons and such, which means I need to plow through more MSQ. So, let's see. What does Minfilia have to say? Moreover, let's see if I can match her voice more correctly this time. I find it hilarious that the two scions guarding the door here are the two tiniest scions. Look at them. Although any Lala player will tell you that not to underestimate a Lala. Welcome back, Raptor. Full glad am I to see you safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn to the Twelves Wood? Two of Lahabrea's minions? And they sought to measure your strength by their own admission? The devils taunt us. It is beyond doubt, then. The Ascians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the three nations to the presence of this elusive enemy, and recommend that they heighten their vigil. There is no shortage of misery in the world that the Ascians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you are ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others. Ooh, we're really chewing through a couple of these. We've got another primal to deal with. Hello there.
the Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan. Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect the worst.
Oh dear.
The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send him to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola, can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies, tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
All right. New primal. Where do we need to be? That is Limsa. Let's go. I'm just gonna quickly get a slightly thicker jacket because I'm frozen to the bone. ice cream. Jennifer is missing. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Hello. How are you? I am doing very well, thanks, and yourself. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me just reseat myself appropriately. Here we go. All good and proper like. Lovely. I'm good. Wanted to see what you're streaming today. Yes, we are taking a little bit of a break. We started with the we are working on a completionist, no dialogue be skipped run on Final Fantasy XIV. We're in the free trial, trying to get as much out of this free trial as humanly possible. So we have been doing a little bit of main scenario questing today. So we started with unlocking the Little Alamigo quest, and now we are about to go face Titan. Or we are starting the quest to go face Titan. We've been busy. We've actually been busy for the last 2 hours, 2.5 hours almost. It's wild, it's wild, but it's been fun. We just finished the Hawk Manor first clear, and yeah, lots of voice acting. It's fun, it's fun. Now, where am I headed? Where am I headed? I believe upstairs, yes. I'm headed upstairs, which is gonna be that way. Lots of quests, which I'm going to save for a lower leveled class. Ah, that sounds cool. Yeah, I wanted to really take the time to do a completionist run where I squeeze as much out of the free trial as possible, because I've only ever just barely finished A Realm Reborn. I've never managed to go further than that, and it bothers me. It really bothers me. So I want to properly and thoroughly get as much out of the free trial as possible before hopefully having enough reliable means to actually be able to sub in and do this as a regular thing, because I really enjoy this game. I really enjoy this game. But I've never been able to get very far with it, and I've never had the opportunity to get any good at it, so we do what we can, right? Hail, adventurer, and welcome to the Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with a personnel officer. Unless you are the guest we were told to expect. Forgive me, sir. To business, then. It is as we told the antecedent. There, that word. There. The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression: crystals. Fodder for their primal. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Raptor. On behalf of Limsa Lominsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive my lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Raptor personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and kobolds plagued our people, nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we now turn to the signs of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you are right. Yet the situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Laminsons who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Ashtala. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa citizenry are, of course, a paramount concern. Already we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count on your help, Raptor? You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. I await good tidings. That the kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet the Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe, and I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The company of heroes may be... wrong voice. The company of heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It's said that one of them is employed at the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lenosia. Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows. Fun. I know where this is going. I just realized this is Final Fantasy. Yeah! Yep. It is indeed. Now, where am I headed? Lower Lenosia? The nearest... Mara Bay is on the same place, 160. Shortest overland is going to be... Shortest overland with the lowest cost is going to be Summerford. I was going to mention this looks like Final Fantasy and check the stream title. Yeah. It is indeed. It is indeed. I forgot to check how much time is left on Harrier's timer, but oh well, it's fine. I'm headed south. Across that bridge. And up. Through that gate. Now, if I remember correctly, this next bit is going to be a little bit funny. Trachten. Let's see. Lay down your burdens, son, come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time, find ye a lass or three. You gonna say something, Venture, or just keep staring, eh? You want to know about the company of heroes? Ah, hell's price of bleed and fame. Can't a Millery mill in peace no more. Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, mate. Old Trachtome was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you wanted to know? Oh, this is gonna be pain. Why is he not wearing pants? So you want to hear the tale of how the company of heroes bested a primal, do ya? Let me guess. You mean that bastard Titus, aye? Oh, if only I'd been there to see it! 'Twas a mighty struggle, like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Titus took, and when he hit ya, boy, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Just like that. Uh-huh. Oi! What's that look for? I'm a God's damned hero, I'll have you know! The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Titus. Uh-huh. Well, too bad, 'cause now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have made a nest by the windmill just south of here? Aye. Do that? Then we'll talk. Titus is the wrong Final Fantasy. Trachtome. Titus is in the wrong Final Fantasy. And they did that so knowingly. It's hilarious. Only a man who doesn't wear pants would mess up that blatantly. Okay, so I've also angered these wind sprites, so let me deal with those too. Whoops. How much time have you got left? 5 minutes. Okay. So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, adventurer. Saved me the hassle of... Ah, never mind. Dragoon. What? You're still asking about how we beat Titus? I don't know, adventurer. It was a pretty risky strategy, the kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, I truly do. But unless you prove we have what it takes to face the fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you need to be capable of slaying, say, a gooboo. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flower mildew, so you ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Course, I ain't asking you to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you try heading due west and stand in lookout case a gooboo comes calling? Slay it, and I might consider telling you more about old Titus. And that is time for a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. That one's empty. I've still got a couple of mouthfuls of tea. Okay. Now iced tea. Rooibos with a bit of lemon chung in the bottom. Nice, nice. Good and soothing. And now, let me just reset. There we go. Let's just let this dragoon handle her gooboo. Because we're doing the exact same quest. Well done. That was handled in no time. I feel like my weapon is a bit under level to do the same, but okay. We'll see. Let's put you on combat stance. Okay. Hey, you again? Then that gooboo that was harassing the Millers is dead? Didn't think you had it in you, adventurer. Still, you took forever and a day to get the job done. I'm still not sure if I should tell you our secrets. I'm gonna go for the circlet. So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if you slew, Tractome, you in here drinking again? If you are, that gooboo had better be dead. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You have me word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in a tour with me trusty axe I did. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask him? You'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Tractome who slew that gaboo, or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, Tractome, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes, the legendary mercenary who slew that bastard Titus. Titus? Titus? Who in the seven hells is Titus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. I will see. Titus was what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahagin shite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside. We'll learn the truth a lamentsome way. Tractome, if you didn't slay that gooboo, you may consider your contract revoked. That's what you get for being a habitual liar. And put some pants on! Let's just get this over with. 34. I'm definitely going to be more than equipped for this. Alright, do you know the rules? First man to smash his boulder wins. And don't even try to thinking to kill me. That's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think we've got any problems coming our way. Alright, I admit it! I lied about being in the company of heroes. But I'm begging you, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I've learned me lesson. Honest I have. Save your blubbering, Tractome. I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just that I keep getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked. You see, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said it was one of them, but you wouldn't believe me, so I... Look, his name was Wastegate, alright? Wastegate. He'll tell you how to defeat Titus or whatever the hell that thing's name is. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on then. Tell the Chief to forgive me. It's only fair. Oh. Just please put some pants on. That's all I ask. Put some pants on. Right. To Costa del Sol. I'm just gonna chalk about my way there. It's very quiet. Okay. So clearly this is one of those areas that we've not yet unlocked a higher mount speed. We've definitely got to do more quests here with some degree of haste because, oh my word, this is so slow. Perhaps. No, we'll save it. We'll save it. We'll save it. I want to be even higher level before I start. With the next class, in terms of leveling it. Pardon? You wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa are depending on us. You fancy yourselves heroes, then? Just like in the tales? Be not so quick to judge. Long have I laboured for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here is bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. He is blessed with a power that protects him from primal influence. Thus, he was able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. We know full well the risks, and we've taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A man who can't be tempered. Useful, but it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him, in the end, but he took from us some of our very best. Even if you possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you will succeed. Believe what you will, we mean to try. Though our lives be forfeit, we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. You are passionate, I'll grant you that. And you deserve better than the greeting I gave you. But I will not send you into the Ogamoro on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurances that you are more than common adventurers. I oversee security for the Master Gegaruju's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our... Ye gods, man! Have you heard nothing I have said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words will sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you are welcome to find your own way into Ogamoro. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Very well. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsa hangs in the balance. Yep, okay. Now, what on earth is this looking the part, and why does it keep popping up? Okay, no idea. Master Gegaruju's requests can be more demanding than you realize. Before I set you to your true task, I would like to verify that this won't be a waste of my time. An X has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with a herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me. Oh, and don't forget to bring me a leg as proof of the kill. We can bring a Nyx. This is really heavy gear to be swimming in, but okay. Okay. Next. Well, did you deal with the Nyx? Here you go. Lest you think of me overcautious for testing you in this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served in the company of heroes, but I know for a fact that he did not. Anyway, now that the pointless busy work is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents. Of course. Two highly distinguished individuals are scheduled to visit Costa del Sol in the near future, and Master Geruju wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. But while money is no object, not everything Master Geruju desires can be so easily purchased. It is to be an extremely exotic feast. And so, Raptor, your mission is to seek out and obtain the rare ingredients our chef requires. Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with a suitable wine. And by suitable, I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being, as I believe you have enough on your plate as it is. It will be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live, and they will guide you in your quest. For the first ingredient... I missed stuff. Adventurer, if you do not have the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either do it or don't. I have work to do. Okay, so basically, nutshell version, considering that I accidentally skipped dialogue, which is very annoying. I do not know if there is a way to look at dialogue logs. I wish. In a nutshell, guy got annoyed that we're in a hurry and is saying stick with the process. Back to the Black Shroud, okay. What is... Where in the Black Shroud? Okay, before I go to the Black Shroud, I'm going to see what is this looking the part thing. Because if it's giving me that, it might be somewhat important, I don't know. It might be ignorable for now. Oh, hello there. Hunting log. Hunting log. Next one. Really? No! Okay, never mind. I will get you later. I will get you later. Go. Oh! This is class quest. This is class quest. This is important. This is class quest. Welcome again, my friend. I was wondering when your travels would bring you back this way. It just so happens that I have some exciting news. I have finally uncovered the clues pertaining to the whereabouts of the lost armor of my ancestors. As it turns out, after the fallen hero cast the 5 pieces from the mountaintop, 5 of his pupils set out to recover them, intending to restore their master's name. What is more, they were actually successful in the search. However, when it came to reuniting the set, the armor's great power began to work upon their minds, and none, not one, could bring himself to relinquish his peace. Realizing then that their master's fatal pride was born of the artifact's combined influence, the pupils resolved to keep the pieces separate, and share between 5 the power that might otherwise have consumed 1. Thus did each of them carve his own place in history. The chronicles go on to say that years later, prior to death, each of the pupils returned to the scene of his own greatest victory and buried the artifact in his possession in the final attempt to prevent any one warrior from holding the set, and it is there that the pieces still rest. You may be interested to know that the armor I wear is itself a replica of a set crafted by my ancestors, identical in all respects save for the lack of arcane enchantments that adorned the original. I know what you might be thinking. If we were to bring the 5 pieces together once more, what would prevent us from being corrupted in the same fashion? Well, I've thought of that. What we need only do is trace the runes we find on the armor onto every piece of warrior gear. That way, there would be no need to worry about a single proud fool becoming drunk on all his all-surpassing power, as every warrior in the realm would be possessed of the self-same might. It's quite brilliant, if I do say so myself. So, how about we split up and begin the search straight away? 3 of the locations seem quite self-evident. I would entrust the search there to you while I track down the other 2 with tome in hand. 1 piece is said to be buried under the great rocks of Boulder Downs in Curthus, while another slumbers peacefully at Camp Tranquil in the South Shroud. The last of the 3 rests untouched at Parata's Peast in Western Fenelon. Under those 3 relics, unearth those 3 relics and bring them to me. With any measure of fortune, I'll have tracked down the remaining 2 by the time you return. Yeah. Class quest. Okay. We will do class quest in between MSQ as we find ourselves in approximate vicinities, I think. So those 2 I still need to unlock. I'm just gonna go return. No. Map. So let's think this through. Okay. So I do still need to go through this area. Map. So let's take the ferry, go to Upper Lenosia. No? Let's go Camp Bronze Lake. Then keep heading north. Unlock the Aetherite near Ogamora. And then figure it out from there. Route is gonna be this way, yes. Okay. So there is the Aetherite. Lots of angry kobolds. And a tune. So that's that one. Now I'm going to Camp Tranquil anyway, so it doesn't really clash. Both my main quest line and my class quest are here. Now, this guy. Landinal, what have you got to say? Do you require assistance, adventurer? So this is the one who would challenge Titan. I've been expecting you, Raptor. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamantus. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, of course. Simple in theory, but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? If you amuse me, I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What you do with it is your choice. Free glamour prism, nice, okay. Ooh, materia. That I have no real use for yet because I haven't got weapons worth equipping it to yet. Let me be clear. This business is between you, me, and the captain must remain secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them. It was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gridanians are, by and large, an unforgiving lot. Ditto here being a rare exception. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I'm seen as a model citizen, with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I'd so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang you from the nearest heavens pillar. Lovely! Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good adamantus egg in the nest to the east of here, just ripe for the taking. Not that I expect you to live long enough to claim it. The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay your hands upon the egg. There will be other heroes, Raptor. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest, or your corpse will rot in this swamp. Wowee! That is a piece of work. Anyway, that bell was a hydrate, so everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip, shall we? Yep. Necessary. Alright. So that was one task. Now that is also in that general direction. Okay, so 2 birds, 1 proverbial stone. Grab you, have a bite. They really are right next to each other. And what do you know? Adamantus is on our hunting log. Ain't that a joy? Okay. So, first things first, I want you in healer stance. And attack you. And this is not lasting long. collect. Get rid of you. All right, try that again. Now let's hit another adamantus or two, see how many of these we actually need for our hunting log. Almost got it. Still got hunting log symbols. Okay, and that's it for the adamantus hunting log. Now, let's go and tell that delightful individual that we did not completely get smushed. Shall we? I thought you might have had the good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end? Ha ha ha! Such bravery, such recklessness. That will serve you well against Titan. Leave the egg with me. I'll see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to southern Thanalin. In Forgotten Springs, you'll find a man named Udo Nun. He'll be your next guide. Safe travels, Raptor. Okay. Okay. So that's there. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I did not need to do that. Done. But okay. It's okay. Uodnin, what have you got to say? Okay, he said, state your business. Something about person who gave us the job. I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you, And until I do, you will receive no aid from me. I'm gonna go Savage Aim. Persistent bugger. Very well. Let's have a look at you. You've seen your share of battle, there's no mistaking that. And you did manage to obtain the Adamantus egg. However, that was not more than a display of brute force and blind courage. The Noon I once fought also believed that his strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am Noon. Many years ago, I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills, instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood that victory goes to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That is why I claimed my position, and that is why I still hold it. And it is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter in your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert to the east lies an Amalja encampment. There dwells a warrior renowned for both his strength and guile. To even face this Amalja in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your test, to draw out and defeat the veteran. For this, I will offer you no advice, only the sworn spear. Why, you ask? You'll have to solve that riddle yourself. Now go, slay this old warrior, and bring me his necklace. Okay. Out we go. That camp really is far out. Okay, wow. Now we wait. Okay, that works. Come back. More hunting log. More hunting log. Let's take it. While we are right here. Same with you. Okay, that should be all of the smoke bombs. Yep. So we are getting through this with pretty good haste. That looks like a fate. Yeah, I'm going to go to the other entrance. I'm not gonna waste time on that for now. All right. Tell me, adventurer, is our old nemesis dead? "'Tis a fine necklace, as befits a veteran of countless battles. It will make an excellent trophy. The spear? It belonged to one of his brothers. I knew when he spied it from afar he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck, I wonder? Either way, you impress me, adventurer. I shall tell you of the ingredient you seek." That is level 30. Which is going to serve me better? I think I'm going to go with that one for now. I can finally get rid of the yellow, ghastly yellow thing. I can finally be rid of the ghastly yellow thing. Yay! It's still looking absolutely abysmal, but it's not that horrible yellow anymore. A shame we did not meet when I was still with the company of heroes. You would have made a fine recruit. But no point in dwelling on what cannot be. We have a Welwick worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but Welwick worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. These worms prey on the smaller creatures of Sagoli. A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There is an area teeming with anglers to the east. I will mark it upon your map, along with the location where the Welwick worms are most frequently sighted. Be warned, the blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, it will devour you as well. Okay. We're going sand fishing, boys. Let's see. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick there. And across the dunes. How is it rotting when we only just caught it? I don't know what all buttons I pressed, but they seem to do the trick. I'll roll with that. You look well. Have you caught your quarry then? Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success, Raptor. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to Wastegate. Worry not. You have my word that he will receive it in time for the banquet. You must be eager to obtain the third ingredient. I regret to say that I know naught of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek Wastegate's counsel. Ah, but hold a moment. Since you'll be meeting the captain again soon, there is something I would like you to deliver to him for me. Okay. Mount speed in Southern Thunderland has increased, yay! The captain was always fond of this brand wine. I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was a reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company, and he would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Everything I have I owe to his wisdom and generosity. Wastegate was a firm yet fair teacher, an expert moulder of men, and I suspect that is still the case now. Please give him my regards, Raptor. Okay. Am I gonna have a better chance to do this? No, I'm just gonna use my Vesper Bay ticket. Because I was far from everything anyway. This place looks like it should be filled with toxic gas. It's probably not an incorrect assessment. Okay. Back to the Nausea. Let's go. Here we go. Well met, Raptor. Landinol and Udo Noon both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today? Ha! My favorite. I shall have to thank the Noon personally. Now, you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Eldenard this time to obtain it. Yay? Truth be told, I've never intended for you to collect this last ingredient. Brayflox, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago she sent word that there's been some trouble at the long stop, and that the delivery would be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to the Hidden Falls docks, and speak with Ozun Nazun. He will direct you to Raincatcher Gully, where Brayflox and her people have made their home. Okay, so second dungeon for today. Second dungeon for the day. Let's go. To the long stop. Now, where exactly is it we're going? The things we do for cheese. cheese. Goblin cheese must be incredibly fragrant. Alright, Ozumazen. What's thurry, adventurer? Eh? Something happen over at the Gobi settlement? I don't know why you're so eager to help with a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you right to Raincatcher Gully. To the gully. Now it looks like we've got to go somewhere up this way. Speak with Brayflox All Talks. What a name. Brayflox All Talks. Alright. Tongue flaps of Waistgate be reaching ears of Brayflox. Uplander is come for tasty, fresh gobby treats, yes? Quest prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Flighty beast chased Gobbyflock from homes. Gobbyflock needs goody Uplanders to give safety to Longstop with much hand-lending. Goblin speak is definitely something to become acquainted with. Let's do NPCs. Okay. Conjure Thaumaturge Lancer. This is a pretty normal setup. The long stop is definitely one of the dungeons that I have, or duties that I've personally found most aesthetically pleasing. Okay, 90 minutes to do the thing. I wonder. It would help if I had that on, for a start. Okay, that's that one. Now I'm gonna need the gate key for that, which I'm gonna get on the other side. If I cannot have these guys draw all of the attention. Oi, you, come over here. Okay. Was it in this patch? No. It was in fact here. Okay, so speak with a pathfinder. Gobby frog in danger! Uplanders take gateway! Open head gate! Okay. Got the key. Open the head gate. Deal with you guys. Come on, come on. Nearly got you. Okay, more of them. Oh no, 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 no. This way, look this way. My positioning is terrible. My positioning is terrible. Come on. Also, my damage output is abysmal. I really need to get a better weapon. It's a weapon, alright, but it's for the wrong class. It's for monk. Okay, that's that one. Yeah, we got it. Come on. Nearly got you. There we go. Now, there is extra stuff up here. We've been in here for 10 minutes. Let's save our gobby friend. Okay. Grab that. Two more zones, and then we've got the boss room. There we go. Now, let's see. What can I do to boost here? Not much. All I can do is keep these guys' eyes off of my team. I don't really have much in the line of additional damage buffs. And a lot of my skills aren't unlocked in here. Okay. Oi. Hello there. Come on, come on. Look at me, look at me. What's your problem? I definitely need to do more damage because if Brave Phlox is getting more attention than me, I am doing my job wrong. Oh boy. Can I up... I can't update... Okay. I can update. Okay, now let's see. Next area. This way. So I am definitely underarmed in terms of my weapon, I think, because this is taking way too long. Come on, I don't have a interruption. I'm not gonna bother with those guys. Nope, I am bothering with those guys. Why? Because they're attached. Nearly got it. Okay. You're the last one before the final zone. Come on, look this way, do not look anywhere else. There we go. Oi. Come on. Nearly there, nearly there. Come on. I need you to keep looking at me. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Come on. Oh, and dragon. Casual. Hi. Hi, Ayatar. Hello there. Whoopsie. Let me just get out the way of that one. Casual. Tank buster incoming. What? I don't know what was there, but oh boy. I need to restore that. Somehow I threw it away. Okay. Somehow I managed to do the stupid there. And I also managed to forget to switch on my timer already. I just realized. All right. Let's just do the rotations. Conjurer's got me sorted. Now, I'm not gonna do a full kill everything run this time. I don't feel like it today. Because there's more stuff down there, but I'm really not feeling up to it. Let's just defeat Ayatar and head out, I think. Oh-wee. Why are you guys running in front of him? Really? There is really no solution for the dumb. Yeah. The limit break is kind of useless if the tank uses it. It costs a good shield, but it's not helpful for delivering damage. You just stay looking at me. Only me. Gotcha. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Nice. We got it. Okay, let's exit. Now, that I think is as good a timer as any to do another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest staple consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Nothing like good old hydrates. Alright, so, next. Goody Uplander has thanks of Gobby Flock. Flighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goody head for fighty think. Brave Flock's happy gives tasty fresh Gobby treats to clever Uplander. Jesus, stinky sweet Gobby treat. Special make with sacred Gobby tots. No party complete without Gobby Gouda. Brave Flock's every say. The way we stumbled back when we smelt that cheese. Oh, that was grand. That was worth it. Very fragrant goblin cheese. Where's Boulder Downs? Further north still. Yeah, no quick link. Let's just make this fast. This way. I gather you solved Brave Flox's little problem. Yep. Oh, by the gods, that unholy stench. This is, definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. How is it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. Oh dear. Bravo, Raptor. Thanks to you, our guests shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Wineport and seek out Shamani Lamani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him the order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give Shamani Lamani my regards. At least it's close by. Although I remember this being a little bit of a long thing as well. We'll see how it goes. I should probably get rid of that at the soonest opportunity. Sweat, grime, and blood. You reek of blood. An adventurer, unless I'm mistaken. What brings you to Wineport? An order? Let me guess. A request for the finest vintage I can muster. The paper smells of loam and perfume. Costa del Sol. And there's also the unmistakable odor of goblin cheese. Yes, Master Gekaruju would not settle for anything less than the best. Durstwitz and his crew must be quite busy preparing an exotic feast, hence his decision to rely on an adventurer. Ah, but perhaps you're confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he is forced to compensate in other ways. But you've no interest in my affairs. You wish only to discuss the wine, I suspect. Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it as more than a hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work, none can deny that it pays well. Ah, but you grow impatient, and Waistcoat must have his wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for this occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by Bilgaint, who owns and operates the largest winery in Vilbrand. Somehow, I doubt he'll be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his assistance. Alright. What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. Dismissal is too good for the man responsible. He should be made to drink every drop of this polluted swill. What is it? I'm in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. That neophyte Venator bid you speak with me? Ha! Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you Gubu urine than sell you my worst vintage. Begone from my sight. Wowee. Talk about high and mighty. I take it he said no. Really? In those words? Heh, well, I cannot say I'm surprised. While there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa is not a man known for his tact. Very well, we shall have to make an alternative approach. There is a chance, however small, that another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Long ago, the vinerons of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they were used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, and the most flavorful of all wines. Aye, the legendary Bacchus wines were born right here in Wineport. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. It transcended my mortal flesh, and I was one with all creation. But alas, as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince Berglaint to part with his wines, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine and offer them every gill we can spare. I've heard rumors that one of the vignerons tending the vineyards might have once owned a bottle. Perhaps you could start by speaking with them. What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish. I never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry, friend, but you're a few years too late. Bacchus wine? Bah, don't remind me. Used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on a bloody primal blowing up my goddamned house. Eesh. That's rough, buddy. No luck, Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been perfect for the occasion. Though, I must confess, my certitude could be due in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is, of course, after all, the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogamoro, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. It breaks my heart to think that a wondrous ambrosia which once filled me with hope would be forever lost to us. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. Have no fear. I swear that I'll find a suitable wine for the banquet, though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there is a favor I would ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across a Vulbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect he was looking for a place to die, because I very nearly found one not far from here. It was there that the man named Dress took me in and nursed me back to health. And it was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I'm still a novice in the arts of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered it to him in my stead. Drest sometimes works at the Raincatcher Galley dock, so perhaps Riskilt can tell you where to find him. Dressed? Ah, you mean the hermit. I toss him a few gil when he needs an extra pair of hands. Doesn't talk about himself, and I sure as hells don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you mind to find him, though, then head southwest to the Severed String. Then southwest it is I go. Across a bridge or no? Methinks so. Okay. Convoluted route. But we've at least found our person. Theoretically. So here's dressed. What do you want? Wine? I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? Ugh. Can't sleep. It won't let me sleep. The midges buzzing keeps me awake. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I won't fight. I don't want to fight! Please make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away. Ooh. I can imagine that being awful. One more on our way back. Here we go. Alright. Nearly. Let's see. It's not so loud anymore. Did you do that? Thank you. You helped me. Even after what my comrades and I did to your country. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the Maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others... No one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even Ghanaian. They conquered my lands just like they tried to conquer yours. I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. Dying. Shame. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Last night at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees, and if I placed coconut shells and stored a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine, see? Should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same. Okay, let's do just that. Hang in there. Okay, next one. All right, there we go. Let's get out of here. There we go. It has been some time, Raptor. What news do you have of Drest? Ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking. A simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We're not so different, Drest and I. 2 men who have long struggled to not let our scars define us. I worry that he's been alone with his thoughts for far too long. It is past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Raptor. By the gods, Raptor, listen! I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Drest's palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain. These are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Galley, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Drist found these leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers. Ooh, the eagerness is palpable. Now, we are not far away from being at a point where I'm going to need to end off stream, so I think we're going to get this wine sorted, and then we will open up next time with our battle against Titan. Oh, hello again. What is it? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. Didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut to the south, but I didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh gubu tracks, though. Maybe leaves came from vines growing on the back of one such beast. If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some gubus are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself. Okay. Let's go have a kindly encounter with a gubu. Alright, now let's see. Back this way. Oh. Can't pass this up, considering it's right next to me. Hunting log. Okay. Nearly done with this quest. Nearly. I'm certain of it. What did Drist have to say, Raptor? Tell me everything. Aha! I was right. This smell, this texture. I hold in my hands a Bacchus of grapevine cutting. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could... 12 is my witness. It is a Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? What? You would offer this to me? But why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Belgaint. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamoring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Sir, you needn't... Wait. The shape of this bottle. The scent of this label. This couldn't possibly be. A 1547 Bacchus? But that's impossible. This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time. But now I realize that it was never meant for me. It should be savored by the saviors of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gegaruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Raptor. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Ah, but do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to Captain Waistcoat. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it. But I'm a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Okay, we are definitely on track to be able to start the next session with Titan. I have no idea how many days it's been in-game, but it most definitely has been long enough to make Y'shtola lose her mind with impatience. Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me. So, What of the wine I asked you to bring? Is that... 7 hells! A 1547 Bacchus? Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you. But congratulations, Raptor. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She seems to be growing somewhat impatient. Figured. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin. You have the look of a man who has been to the 7th hell and back. That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for the banquet held in his own honor. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It all beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I would have accepted my lot with less grace. Lady Ashtala, Sir Citadel! Wah! Doing, doing, doing. 1,000 pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, sir. Had I known, I would have never permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. Come now, he must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I'd send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Spare him your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment, and unlike me, Raptor has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten him. Aye, aye. Fair's fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath that any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation, but by their deeds. Each man would judge these would-be god-slayers with his own criteria. If even one of him found him wanting, he would be rejected without a second thought. But if he proved himself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support his cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. Which is why the 5 of you deigned to test Raptor with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I am sure. But tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? He is a brave one, that much is certain. He willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost him his life. His skill is undeniable. He stalked his prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself. Too many adventurers these days care only for fortune and glory. Raptor, however, is a kind and generous soul. I am certain he has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at his side. Wily uplander is talented plansmaker, tricksy foe for mighty rockman. I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We 5 of the Company of Heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of the Crags, Raptor Citadel, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea. Yay! With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers, pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend, Raptor Citadel, Titan's Bane. Raptor Citadel, Titan's Bane! Woohoo! Ah, fun. Ah. Worth. Oh, man. Wow. Okay, I think this is where I'm going to call it in terms of plot, because the next thing that happens is definitely going to take us through to next arc of story quest, which is definitely taking us to Titan. So that is going to be held for next week, Wednesday, when we next pick this up. So let us head over here. Alright, alright. And I'm just gonna close out. Alright, there we go, there we go, there we go. That was fun. That was fun. We really stretched all of my range of masculine voices this day, I think. Obviously I can't do 100% voice matches, but that was fun. we really stretched quite a bit, and remembering all of the voices at the end was interesting. And I definitely think that I have forgotten Yashtola's voice properly. I need to listen to it more and get that in my head. How to do so without getting spoiled, though, now that's the thing. Now that's the thing. But yeah, I think I will learn it better as we progress in the game, surely. Surely, right? In any case, thank you guys. That was really, a lot of main story questing progress. 4.5, 5 hours of solid MSQ. 2 duties that we unlocked. We did pretty good. We did pretty good, I think. That was a good mental break for this week. That was a very good and necessary mental break for this week. So, thankfully also the model did not do the weird at any point in time. So model stayed functional. It kept on talking with the tracker, so yay, great. And yeah, tomorrow is gonna be continuing with work on commissions. So I'll see exactly what I'm going to be working on stream a little bit closer to the time. It depends on what happens in the morning. But yes, we managed to get a lot done, and I will let you guys know as soon as I know exactly what is happening. Thank you guys, rest well. I really appreciate everyone who has been dropping by, everyone who has been lurking. I know that you're there, and I appreciate you guys, you're MVPs. And for anyone who's in the VOD squad, I hope you had fun. I hope that the new timer bell was not troublesome. I think it was quiet enough to not make anyone's ears bleed, right? Like, you could all tell that the timer went off. So I think for our hydrate reminders going forward, we should just know, okay guys, when you hear the bell, it's time to take a drink, right? We'll get there eventually. The habit will eventually settle in. But yeah, that was fun. I'm looking forward to getting more progress in the game. I will see if there is a way to read the dialogue that I accidentally skipped through, because that makes me sad. When I accidentally click when I don't want to. Sad, sad, sad. Anyway, I have just faded. So, rest well when you get to it, guys. And until tomorrow, cheery bye. Ciao, ciao.